Hi friends, I'm Parvez, and in this video we're going to talk about ReactJS and React Hooks. Now there will be 4 parts in this course. In the first part we're going to talk about ReactJS features. Especially we're going to talk about the class components and also functional components. In the second part we're going to build a simple to-do application using the class components, and this is just a simple to-do application that we are going to create with the class components. And in the third part we are going to talk about the React Hooks features, and in the fourth part we are going to build the same to-do application as we have created with the class components. We want to create that with the React Hooks. Now if you want the table of content, you can just check video description. I have added a table of content with the timestamp. You can just choose your favorite part in the course. So now you can see that it's a JavaScript library for building user interfaces, and it is maintained by Facebook. So you can see that this is the GitHub for the React, and also we need to install this. So for the installation, before installing the React, we need to install Node.js. So you can just go to the nodejs.org, you can download the Node.js and install that. So after installation of the Node.js, so you can see that you will need to have Node on your machine to create a React project and run that. So you can see now you can use this command, so npx create react app, and you can give the app name in here. Also for the building of the frontend, I'm using Visual Studio Code, so you can download that. So what I want to do is to just copy this from here, and I can bring it in here. So you can just give it whatever you want. You can just give it a name. So I'm leave it by default, so it's my app. So after that you can just hit enter. Now it will take some time, and I'm waiting for the creating of my React app project. Alright guys, and now you can see that it's extracting the files. Now I'm waiting for this and it will be completed. Alright guys, now the installation of ReactJS has been completed, and you can see that these are the files. We will talk about these files, and now what we want to do is just change the directory to our cd my app, and after that we can just say npm start. So now you can see React scripts start, and now I'm waiting. So it's starting the development server. And now you can see that it's on localhost port 3000, and if I see, now you can see that our ReactJS is working and it is created in here. So you can see localhost port 3000, and this is our ReactJS application. Alright guys, now let's talk about the folder structure of a ReactJS project. So now if you see in our ReactJS application, so we have my app, so this is the project name that we have created. After that we have 3 folders: node modules, public, and src, and we have some files in here. Now so let's talk about the package.json file, and now this file consists of our dependencies and also the scripts of the project. Now if you see in here, we have the name of the project, the version of the project, and so these are the dependencies that we have, and also we have the scripts. Now these scripts, now these are used for starting off our project, for building, or even testing of the project. And so also we have this package log.json. It's also in here we have our dependencies. It means that it's installed correctly. So after that we have node modules. Now this is the place that our all modules are installed when we have used create React app, and these modules are installed automatically. Now you can see that we have these modules in here. So after that we have public, and in the public we have so this is the icon, and this is the index.html, and so this is one of the important file, and basically we will not add any code in here. So in this file, and this is the HTML file that is loaded by the browser, and it contains an element in which the application is displayed, and a script element that loads the application in JavaScript files. So now if you come down, you can see that in here we have, so this is the title. You can change the title, there is no problem. And in here you can see that we have div id root, and and this is the important point, and we will talk about this. So after that we have a manifest JSON file, and it's related to progressive web application, and we're not going to talk about this. So now these are the logos that we have. So this was our public. After that we have the src or source. Now this is the important file, and we will work this is the important folder, and we will work on this folder a lot. So now the first one, let's check index.js, and so now this is the JavaScript file that's responsible for configuration and starting of the React application. And in here we have a DOM element with the ID of root. Now if you see in the index.html we have div id root, and you can see that in here in the React DOM.render we have our this root, and we have used document.get element by ID, and this is the root that we have in here in the ID. So after that we have if we come down, we have app.js. Now this is also the important file, and we will work in this file a lot because it is our root component file, and this file is responsible for the displaying of HTML in the browser, and this is the React component which contains the HTML content that will be displayed to the user and the JavaScript code required by the HTML. So right now if you see in here we have this ReactJS default page, and this is because that we have in here, you can see that we have images RC, we have now if I change this, for example, let me just say hello world. So now you can see that we have hello world in here. And now also you can see that we have so we have a function app. Now this is a component. We will talk about the components in the later part of the video, but right now you can see that we have it's a function component. So right now you can see we have a div class name, and you can see that this is CSS styles. Now if you check app.css, you can see that .app and the text align center, and we have .app logo, and if you see in here we have this app and also app header. Now let me just remove these, and so I want to remove this code from here. And now if you see you can see that we have just a blank page in here because we have removed the styles. Now you can add something in here. For example, let me just add h1, and we can say hello React application. So now you can see that we have hello React application. Even you can see that the text is in the center because in the app.css we have .app and text aligned to center. Now you can for example, if you remove this, let me just remove this, and you can remove this, and if you see now our text is in here. So let me just bring it in the center. So, and also you can see that this is for testing purposes. And in the next part we will talk about the components and different type of components in ReactJS. So in this part we're going to talk about components. Now components are the building blocks of a React application, and you can create as many as components you want. For example, you want to build a website. Now for the user interface you want to have a header, main content section, and also footer. Now for every section you can create a different components, and we can gather all the components in app.js. That is our root component. Also you can reuse any component, and they are reusable. It means that you can reuse components. And also there are two types of components in ReactJS that you can use. We have functional components and also class components. Now functional components are basically JavaScript functions, and before introducing React hooks, function components were stateless components. But now you can use the same functionality of the class component inside a function component using the React hooks. We will talk about this in the later part of the video. And also class components are JavaScript classes, and they are stateful components. Also class components maintain their own data, that's called the state. So but in this part let's just talk about the function components. Now if you see our app.js, and here we have a function component, and you can see we have function and also app. As I've already said, that function components are basically regular JavaScript functions, and you can create. And in here we are returning JSX or HTML, like for example div class name app, and we're going to say hello React application inside the return. So now let's just create our function components. In here I'm going to in the source folder I want to just create a new folder, and I'm going to just call it components. And in here I want to create a new JavaScript file. I'm going to just call it hello.js. So you can just give the file name with .js extension. So now in here we are going to create our first function component. Even though we have a function component in here, but let's create our own. What you want to do is to first import React. So we can just say import React from React. And after importing this, you can just, as I've already said, that it's a regular JavaScript function, and we can just say function, and after that you need to give a name for the component. So for example I want to just give it hello. Also function components takes props as a parameter. So right now we're not going to talk about the props. We are going to just create a simple component, and it is function hello. And now inside the function we need to just use return, and in the return we are going to return something. For example I want to just return an h1 tag, and I want to just say we are inside function component. Okay, so right now if I refresh this, you can see that nothing happens because there are two problems. So the first one is that we have created our function component. Now we need to export this, so we can just say export default, and after that you need to give the name of the component, for example hello. And after exporting, now if I refresh this again, if I see, you can see that we don't have this we are inside function component. Now what we need to do is to add our this hello component inside our app.js. So because this is our root component and our root file, so we can add this in here. Now, so the first thing is that you need to import this. You can see that in here we have exported this, and now we need to import this in our app.js. So in here I can just say import hello from, and it is inside the components and the file name is hello. And in here we can add this, so we can just say hello. So you can add it like this. So if you have something in between the components, so you can add it like this. And so you can see that we are inside function component. And also you can do it like this, and there is no problem, and we are receiving the same result. So you can see that we are receiving the same result in here. So as I've already said, that you can create as many function components you can create. For example, I want to just create another one, and I'm going to just call it whatever you want. You can just call it, for example, fun component .js. And in here we can just, first we need to import, so we can just say from React, or we can say import React from React, and we can just give it function, and after that you can just give the name of the component. So for example, fun component, and in here you can just return anything you want. So let me just copy the code from here, and I can paste it in here. So let me just say this is my second function component, and after that you need to just export this. So export default, and we can export fun component. So this should be like this, and in the app.js we can import this. So import fun component from components, and this is function component. And now we can just say, so now if I see, you can see that I have this as my second function component. So in this part we're going to talk about class components. So we have saw functional components. Now class components are basically JavaScript ES6 classes, and also they are stateful components. It means that class components maintain their own data. That's called the state, and also it can optionally receive props as their input. So now let's just create an example of class components. So in here I'm going to just create a new file, and I want to just call it, for example, whatever you want, you can just call it. Let me just call it my class.js. Now, so first you need to import React and also component, because when we're going to create our class, we need to extend from the component class of React. So what we can say, that we can just say import React and also component from React. Okay, now after that we need to just create, so we can just say class, and you can give it my class. So as I've already said, that it is JavaScript ES6 classes, and now this class extends from component. Now after that we need to just create a render function, and inside render we need to return anything that we want. So return, and for example I can just return an h1 tag also, and I'm going to just say we are inside class component. Okay, now after this we need to export this, and in here we can just say export default, and we want to export our my class. So now if you want to use this, we need to import this my class in our app.js. So in here Now what I want to say, we can just say import my class from components, and this is my class. And now we can add this in here, so it is my class, and so you can see that it's telling that we are inside class component. So but it's just basically JavaScript classes that extends from the component, and after that you need to create render, and in the render you can return everything you want. And after that you can just export your class component, and you can just import that in your app.js file. Alright guys, now in this part we're going to talk about props or properties. Now using props you can sense an information or value from one component to another component, and you can use props with functional components and also class components. For example, you can send some data. For example, in here if we see we have app.js, so now if you want to send some data, for example, from the hello.js to the app.js, or we can say from the app or from here from app.js to the child component, that's hello.js, then you can use props. Now first let me just refactor some codes in here. I don't need this hello in here, let me just remove it. And even I don't need this component, so I have just one functional component and also one class component. Now if you see in here, I have just one functional component, that's hello.js, and also I have a class component, that's my class that extends from the component. So we're going to work on these files. Now let me just close some of these files from here. Now in the app.js, for example, in the hello, I'm going to just add name, and I can add a name in here. Okay, like this. Now I have a name attribute, or we can say I have a name attribute in here. Now I want to send this name to my hello.js, so this is my functional component. Now in here what I can do is to for example, if I want to use props, the first thing is that I need to add props as a argument in our functional component in here. So you can give it any name, but it is recommended to use props in here. And in this section we need to, if we want to access to this name from our parent to the child, now what we want to do is to use curly brackets like this, and after that we can say props, and now in here if you see we have props.name, and we can use props.name. okay, so we need to just wrap this with the h1 tag in here, and let me just add that h1, and you can use div, there is no problem. So now if I refresh this, and you can see that now I'm receiving my name in here. Now also you can add multiple attributes in here, or multiple values. For example, let me just add last name, so this is the last name. And now in here I can just say, for example, my name is props.name, and my last name is, and in here we can add props.lastname. So we have props.name and we have props.lastname. Now the values are coming from the our app.js, or we can say that parent component. Now if I see, you can see that my name is, this is my name, and this is my last name. Okay, now this was using functional components. Now if you want to use class components, if you see in here we have a class component in this section, and let me just add for example, in here I can add email, and I can say we can add an email in here. Now Now if you want to access to this email from your child class, that is myclass.js, you cannot add props as we have added in our hello.js. So you can see in here we have added props as argument, and in here we cannot add, and the props is within the class components, and you can access to the props using this.props. So in here I can remove this, and I can say I can say this dot props dot email. Okay, and in here I can just say that my okay, my email is this.props.email. So make sure that you add this in here, and now you can see that we're receiving my email this is my email. Now there's one problem with the props, that you cannot change props, and props are not changeable. For example, in here if you want to change the props, if I say props dot email, so this dot props dot email, so this dot props dot email, and if I say another email, and if I run this, you will see that I'm receiving error, and you can see that cannot assign to read-only property. Now it means that we cannot change the value of props. You can use props in class components and also functional components. So when you're using in the function components, you need to add props as a argument in your child component, and if you're using in the class components, now the props are within the class, and you can just use this.props to access the props of a class component. In this part, we're going to talk about event handling in ReactJS. So right now you can see, so this was from the previous part that we have learned that how you can use props with the functional components and also class components, and this is the result. So now let me first just remove, so if you see, this is our app.js and we have our this data. Let me just remove this first data. I want to add just one data in here. I want to pass, and in my functional component I can remove this. So now I have just my name and also my email. Now first let's just do event handling in our functional component. So this is my hello.js, and what I want to do is to, in here I want to create a button. So I'm going to just say button, and I can say click me. So now you can see that I have an error in here, and if I see my page, you can see that it's telling that adjacent JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. So we need to wrap our this two elements in a for example in a we want to use div tag. So let me just add let me just copy this, and I can just say div, and now I can add this div in here. So now I don't have any error, and if I see, you can see that I have a click me in this section. Okay, so now in here we need to add an on click. So on click, and after that you need to specify your function name in here. For example, in here I'm going to just create a function click me, and I can just alert that for example button is clicked. Okay, so now we can add our this function in here. So make sure that you don't add this parentheses, because if you add that that will be function call. So by this reason we can use like this. So beat button on click, and this is click me. And also you can see that we are using camel case in here, and you need to use like this in ReactJS. So you cannot use it like this on click, and we need to use like so camel case now. Okay, so now if I see, if I click on this, you can see that I am receiving button is clicked. So button is clicked. Now let's just do this with the class component. For example, so this is my class in here. So now in here I'm going to create the same button. So I'm going to just say button, and I can say so this is click. Let me just say it click, and I need to just wrap this in a div tag. So div, and now I can add this in here. So now if you see, now this is for the class component. Now I can create a function in here, and I want to just call it clicked. Or I don't need this. Okay, so we can say clicked, and now in here I can just add an alert. So class component clicked, and now I need to add the clicked in here. So I can use onClick, and I can add the clicked in this section. So now clicked is not defined, and you can see that we are receiving error, clicked is not defined, because we are inside a class component. So now when we want to access to this clicked, we need to use this keyword. So we can say this.clicked. So now you can see, now if I click on this, you can see class component clicked, and if I click on this, so functional component clicked. So click, and also click. Alright guys, now let's talk that how you can use a function as a props in ReactJS. So for example, right now if you see that we have our onClick, and this is this.clicked, and this is our function. Now I want to bring this function in my app.js. So let me just cut this, and I want to bring this in the app.js. So in here. So, and I can say function. Okay. Now after that, what I want to do is, so you can see that in my class we have an email props now, or an email attribute, and also now I need to add my this clicked in here. So I can just say my click, I can just name it, and after that it should be clicked. Now I can send this clicked as a props to my class.js. So in here, this time instead of this.clicked, what I want to do is to say this.props.myClick. So now if I click on this, so we are not receiving anything in here. So now let me just check this. Alright guys, I think I haven't saved this, so let me just save this. Okay, now it's saved, and now if I click on this, so you can see class component clicked. Now let me just change this to let me just say inside app.js. So you can see it's a two-way communication between our parent component and also child component. So now if I click, you can see inside app.js. Okay guys, now in this part we want to learn that how you can install Bootstrap for your ReactJS application. So you can use Bootstrap for styling your ReactJS application. So now the first thing is that we need to install Bootstrap. So in our ReactJS application, so let me just change directory to my app, and after that we can just say npm install Bootstrap, and after that hit enter. So now we are waiting for the installation of the Bootstrap. Now it's installing. Okay guys, now the latest version of Bootstrap has been added, and you can see that it's 4.5.3. Now after this, you can add your bootstrap wherever you want. You can add, for example, in now let me just add that in the index.js because I want to use for my all components. So in here I can just say import bootstrap dist css and bootstrap dot c dot main dot css. Okay, now let's just for example, let me just change the button that we have. If you see in here, I have 2 buttons, so you can see that it's a little bit changed because we have added the bootstrap. Now the text has changed. Now let me just open hello.js. So we have our, so if I add, so for example, div class name container, so it's a class that's related to the bootstrap, and make sure that you're using class name. So you cannot use class in ReactJS. So for example, if you're using a class, you need to add class name. So class name container. Now you can see now it's a little bit changed. Okay, now we can just do this, and I think we need to just do the div class container in here, so because it is our root component. So now you can see that it is changed. Now let me just change the button in here. So in the hello.js we have a button, and let me add a class name. So I'm going to use let me just make it like this. Okay, btn primary, or for example you can use sexes. And so now you can see it's changed, and we can for example we can do this in here. So btn, and we can add a class name. So btn, this time I'm going to use primary, and you can see that it's changed. Also let me just change for example the header section. So for example in here I can add or in this section I can add just for my email, so h1 class name, and I can say it as bg primary, and I want text white and text center. So you can see that it's changed, but h4 class name, bg primary, and so text white, text center. Now it's correct. Now you can see that it's changed like this. So like this you can add Bootstrap styles in your ReactJS application. In this part we are going to talk about the states and also difference between the props and the states. Now as you know that props and states are used for holding the data. You can pass props to the component. It means that you can send data from one component to another component, and we have saw the examples of the props. But states are added within the component, and the second difference is this, that props are immutable. It means that you cannot change the props value, and because states are within the component, so the component has control to change that. And also if you want to use states in functional component, then you can use React hooks. We will talk about the hooks in the later part of the video. So now let's just create an example for this. Now as I've already said that you can use states in the class components, and if you want to use states in the functional components, then for that you need to use React Hooks. So now what I want to do is to create a new class component in here, and I'm going to just call it name.js. So we can just say import React and also component from React, and we can create class name, and it extends class name extends and we can add the component. So component. Now and here we can just add render, and in the render we can return something. So for example, I want to just return an h1 tag, and I can add my name in here like this. Okay. Also you need to export this, so we can just say export default, and we want to export name component. Now I can add this in the name.js, so I want to just refactor my code, and let me just remove these two components because I don't need. And I have a div class name container. Now so first we need to just import this, so we can just say import name from components, and it is name. Okay, now we need to just add this in here, so it is name, and now you will see that we have our name in here. Okay, so right now the name is hard-coded, and we have added the name in the name.js. So let me just close these files. Okay, now for adding the states, the first thing is that you need to create constructor. You can add the states in the class constructor, and after that you can just use super keyword, and in here you can add your state. So we can just say this dot state, so it's state object, and for example we can just add name, and let me just add my name in here. Okay, so now we can access to this state in here, and we can just use this dot state dot name. So now if I see, you can see that the result is the same. And if I change this to, for example, let me just add a name in here. Okay, now you can see that now we have our name in here. Now we want to create a button. When we click the button, we want to change this name to another text. So for this, I want to create a button in here like this. And let me just say change text. Because we have two elements in here, we need to wrap this in a div tag. So we can just say div and close the div, add these two in here. Okay, now you can see that we have a button in here. Let's add a Bootstrap class in here, and we can just say class name, and it is btn. We can say success. Okay, now you can see that we have this button here. Right now the button is not functional, and we want to add a handler for this. Now, so there are two ways that you. So first, let me just show you the first way. Now in here I can just add on click, and in here I can just say. So right now I haven't created my function, so I need to create. Let me just call it clicked me. And what I want to do is to change this state. So I can use set state. So this set state is a reserved keyword, so we can use set state, and in here we can change name to, for example, changed text like this. Okay, now we can just use this dot so now if you're using regular function like this, for that you need to just use it like this. So you can just say this dot clicked me. You need to add like this. So now if I click on change text, you can see that the text is changed, and if I click on this, you can see that it's changed. Now if you're using an arrow function, now let me just show you. So for example, I want to use this like this. Let me just remove this in here, and let me just say this dot clicked me. Now for that, you need to change this click me to an arrow function, so we can just say like this. Okay, now if I check this, so you can see that the text is changed. Now let me just add in here, we can add a class, a bootstrap class, so we can just say class name, and it should be bg primary. So you can see that it's changed to the primary, and we can change the text to white, for example. So now the text is white. Also, I want to just make it center. Now we can use text center, so you can see that text is in the center. And if I click on this, so you can see that it's changed text. Also, we can add ternary conditional statements using ternary operators. So now let me just show you in here. I want to comment this, and what I want to do is to in here I can say name, and this dot state dot name. So if my name is so if this is the name, let me just add it in here. I want to make it to, for example, another name, to John Doe. In the else case, I want to just make it this name. So now, right now, it's my name, and if I change this, so you can see John Doe, and you can see that I can toggle between two names like this. Okay guys, now in this part we want to learn that how we can use map method for iterating over the data. So before starting our topic, what we need to do is to install an extension that's called ES7. So it's used for, so for example, if you search in here ES7, and so we're using this ES7 React, Redux and GraphQL, so you can just install this, and using this extension you can create your functional components and also class components easily. Okay, now so now I'm going to just create a new component, and let me just call it example.js. And in here what I want to do is now if you want to create functional component, you can just use RCE. So it's for class component, so you can use RCE for class component, RCE. So you can see that this is our class, and for the functional component you can use RFCE. So you can see we have functional component, and also if you want to create constructor, you can just use rconst. You can see this is our constructor. So in here I'm going to just use a functional component, and so you can see that we have React in here, and after that function example, and we are returning something in here. Now what I want to do is to create an array, and I want to just send that array using the props. So in here now let me just in here create an h3 tag, and let me just say example, and I need to just add this in my app.js. So first I need to just import this, so we can just say import example from components, and we can use example. So now in here let me just add my example, so now I have example in here. Now what I want to do is to create an array. So let me just call it names, and let me just add some programming language names like Python, Java, JavaScript, so C#. Okay, now after adding this, now in our example.js we need to just use props, and so first I'm going to create a function here. Let me just call it function my element, and here I can add names. So now we can use names.map. So the first thing is that you need to add an alias for this. For example, I'm going to just use name, and after that in here we can render this name. So let me just use backticks, so like this, and I can say name. And what we need to do is to return this, because we will use this in our this example components. Now in here I can just, instead of this example, I can just call my element method, and in here I can just say props.names. So this is the names that I am receiving from here, so names. So now let me just refresh. I have so I think probably the error is this, that we need to wrap this in a div tag. So let me just add div, and I can just div. Okay, now you can see that we have Python, Java, JavaScript, and C#. Now if you inspect, we will have an error in here. So you can see in the console that's telling that each child in a list should have a unique key prop. Now React is expecting a key prop, so now when we are going to use map, we need to add a key prop also. So you can just add it in here. We can just say div key, and for this I'm going to just use the name. So if you have ID, you can just use ID in here, and you will see that I will not have this error again. So now you can see that I don't have this error. Now also you can do this with the functional with the class components. So now let me just create a new file. I'm going to just call it example2.js, and now I can create using the RCE. So now we have our class component. Let me just remove this, and we are exporting default. So now what I want to do is to just in the app.js we can create, so first I need to import this. We can just say import example 2, and we can just say from, so it's example 2, and now we can just add our let me just copy this and paste it in here. So this is example 2, and this time let me just add some more, for example React and React Native, and we can add, for example, Django. So now we can just copy some codes from here. So first we are going to just copy this function, and we can add it in our class component, and we are going to just remove this function. And also we need to just copy this from here. Let me just copy this h3, and in my example 2, let me remove this div tag and add it in here. Now if I run this, you will see that I'm receiving error because you can see that my element is not defined, and we need to just use this keyword. And now if I run this, you will see that now I have props as not defined. As I have already said that now props are within the class component, so you can just use this for accessing the props. So we can just say this.props.name, and now you will see that I have, you can see that now I have my data in here. Alright guys, now in this part we are going to learn that how you can add forms in your ReactJS application. So now let's get started. I'm going to create a new JavaScript file, or we can say a new component, and I'm going to just call it form.js. And in here I want to use class component, so I can just say RCE, and this is my class. So these are my React imports, and this is my class that extends from the component, and in here I'm exporting the form component. And let me just write a component in here. And now I need to add this in my app.js, so I can just say import form from components. So it's form. And this is my form. So now you can see that we have our component in here. Now I want to create my form. So in the form.js, in here I can just use input type, and it is text, and I can just add a placeholder, so enter your username. So now you can see I have a form in here, and I can write in here. Let's just add some Bootstrap styles, so I can just add a class name, and this should be form control. So form control, so it's a Bootstrap class, and you can see now we have a nice form in here. And you can add this in a class container, so class name, and this is container. Okay, now we need to create another form also, and this should be a password, so password form, and the placeholders, please enter your password. And now you can see we have two form in here. Also we can add a button in our form. So we can just add a button, so button, and this should be button, and this is, for example, click me. And we can add a class, Bootstrap class, so a class name, and we can just say btn primary. And now we can see we have a click me button in here. Right now, if you see, it's just a basic HTML form, and now we want to get the control of this form using the ReactJS, and we want to add a control from the ReactJS. So right now, if you see, we can just add something in here, and we can write in here. Now what I want to do is in here I need to create a constructor, and we want to use a state. So let me just say our const, and in here I can add a username, so this is an empty string, and also password. This is also an empty string. After this, I can add a value in here, so I can just say value, and I can say this dot state dot username, and for the password also I can add a value, so this dot state dot password. So now if I check, I cannot write anything in my form, because now my form is controlled by the ReactJS. So now for this, we need to just add an on change for our forms. So in here I can just add on change, so on change, and we want to just use this dot username handler, or we can say, let me just use it username handler, and we want to do the same for the password with the password handler. Let me just add on change, so this should be password handler. Now we need to create these two methods. So this is an arrow function, and in here we need to just use this dot set state, and we can say username, and also you need to pass event in here, because we want to capture the data using the event.target.value. So we can just say event.target.value, and we can just do the same for the password handler, and this should be password. So now if I write in here, now you can see that I can write in here, and also I can add my password in this section. So like this you can work with the basics of forms in ReactJS. First we're going to talk about the lifecycle methods of React component. Now when you create a component, especially class components, now it goes through different lifecycle methods. Now these are the methods that are available in the class components, and we cannot use that in a functional component. But when you're using functional components, you can use React hooks to access to these functionalities. Now we will talk about the React hooks in the later part of the video. Now, so for example, in here, if I now let me just so this is my form.js. Now let me just do it in here. Okay, now in here if I say, so you can see that we have a component that different component life cycles. We have a did catch, did mount, did update, will mount, and will receive props. Now you can see that these are the methods that you can use it. Now for example, the component that catch is used for logging error information when you are working with the error boundaries. And we have a component that mount. Now this is invoked immediately after a component is mounted, or we can say that after the first render lifecycle. Now if you need to load data from a remote endpoint or from an API, now this is the good place that you can do it in the component that mount. Also we have component that update, and it's invoked immediately after updating occurs, and this method is not called for the initial renders. Also we have for example, component will unmount. Now this is invoked immediately before a component is unmounted and destroyed, and it's mostly used for clean up of the web application that you can use. Now let's just use one of them. So you can just use it according to your for example, to your required that you want. Now let me just use component did mount in here. So in here you can see that I have enter username and password. So now let me just make this for the username. So we can say that this dot set state, And in here we can add a username, and you can add your username, for example username or whatever. You can just use it like this. And now you can see that we have our username in here. Now, as I've already said, that component data mount is the best place that you can fetch your data from the API. Now let's just use it practically. For example, in here, so I'm going to just use fetch, so it's for fetching of the data. And now in here I'm using a JSON placeholder, so .com, and it's a dummy API data, and I can add it in here, and it return a promise. So I can just say response, and we can just convert this to the JSON, so response.json, and also we can say .then data. Let me just console.log the data. Okay, so now if I check this React app, and if I inspect element in the console, so you can see that I have an array of data, and you can see that these are the data that's fetched, and it's the Android articles. Now let's render this in our page. So for this I'm going to just create a new and here I can just create an array, so an empty array, and after that, instead of console.log, we can just use this .setState, and we can say posts data. We can assign our data value to the posts array. Now after that, now we want to render this, so let me just do it in here, and in here I can just say I'm using map, so posts.map, and you can for example, I'm going to just give it post. And now in here what I want to do is to create an h2 tag, and I need to just add a key for this. So for the key I want to just use post.id, and also let me just close the h2 tag, and in here I can render just the title, so I want to render post.title. So if you see in here, we have ID, title, body, and we're going to just printing the title. Posts is not defined. Okay, we need to destructure this posts in here, so we can just say const posts this .state. So now you can see that we have these titles in here, and let me just refresh this. And these are our data, our fetched data from an API. In this part, we're going to talk about React fragments. Now, if you see React documentation in the fragments section, it's telling that a common pattern in React is for a component to return multiple elements. Now, for example, if you have multiple elements in a component, you need to wrap those elements. Now, it's telling that fragments lets you group a list of children without adding extra nodes to the DOM. Now let me show you the practical example. What I want to do is to create a new component in here, and I'm going to just call it my fragment.js. So this should be a functional component, and I'm going to just use RFCE, and this is my fragment. And here I can just add, for example, fragment example. Now I need to add this in my app.js, so let me just comment these components, and in here I can add, first I need to import, so import my fragment from and this should be my fragment. Now I can add my fragment in here, so my fragment, and so now I have fragment example in here. Now let me just remove this div, and in here I want to add an h1 tag, and or we can say an h3 tag, so h3, and I can just say fragment example, and after that I'm going to create a p tag, so p, and I can just say this is fragment example. So now you can see that I'm receiving error in here, and it's telling that JSX expressions must have one parent element. And if I see I have the same error in here, and it's telling that JSON JSX elements must be wrapped. So because in here we have multiple elements and we need to wrap this in a wrapper. For example, we are going to use a div class. So I'm going to just use div, and I can add these in here. Okay, now if I check, you can see that there is no problem and we are receiving the result. Now if I inspect this, so now in the body, if you see, we have a div ID root, and after that we have, so this is our class container, and after that we have another div. So this is the div that we have created. Now you can use React fragment to remove this div. And what we want to do is to, instead of div, we can just use react.fragment. Now it will create an empty wrapper for us. So now if we see this, and now if I go to the div ID root, I have div class container, and you can see that after that I don't have any div. I have directly h3 and also p tag in here. So like this you can use React fragment, and it is an empty wrapper for wrapping of the child elements in a component. In this part we are going to learn that how you can create routers in your React application. So for this we need to use a library that's called React Router DOM. So the first thing is that you need to install this library. You can just use npm I React Router DOM, or you can use npm install React Router DOM. So I've already installed this, and now after installation what you need to do is, so now let me just add this in the index.js. So open index.js, and in here the first thing is that I need to import, so I can just say import. So we can import route and also browser router, so browser router from React Router DOM. Now after this I'm going to create a function in here, so I'm going to just call it function router, and I can just return, and in here I can return a browser router. I need to close this browser router. Okay, now I can use my path in here. So first let me just add path for app.js. So this is my root component, and I can just use path, and I can use exact, and this should be index, for example, and also the component that I want to use, so component, and this should be app. Sorry, it's not pad, it is route. And now what we want to do is to add this router instead of app. So let me just come down, and in here I can add this. So now if you see, we have the same result, and because in our app.js, if you see, we have just this my fragment component. Now these components are, I have commented these components. Now what I want to do is to use this form. So first I need to just import this. So I can just copy this, and in the index.js I can add it in here. Now I can create another route. So let me just copy this and bring it in here. So this time I want to just go to the login, and the component is form. So now if I go to the login, so you can see that we have our form in here, and if I go to the, so now I should see just one of them in here. Also I need to add path in here, so path and also path, and now it should work as we expect. Okay, so now you can see that this is our index or fragment. Now if I go to the login, so you can see that this is our login page, and if I go to the index, this is our index page in here. So like this you can work with the React Router DOM. Alright guys, now in this video we're going to talk about Context API, using Context API in ReactJS. So if you see ReactJS documentation, Context provides a way to pass data through the components tree without having to pass props down manually at every level. So now first let me just create an example and you will know that what I mean. So in here I have two new components, component A and also component B. Now I want to create a functional component in here, and also I want to create another functional component in my component B. So for example, I have some data in my app.js. Now I want to send this data to component B. Now let me just nest this two components. So in the app.js I want to add component A. So component A, make sure that you have imported, so you can see that it's imported automatically. And after that, in the component A I have component B, so you can see that the components are nested. So component B. So in the component B, let me just write component B. So you can see component B. Now for example, in app.js I have some data, and I want to send this data from the app.js to the component B. Now if you're using props, you need to first pass the data to the component A, and after that you need to pass the data to the component B. You can see that even component A does not need to this data, but we need to pass that because we want to use that in the component B. Now using Context API, for example, if you use, you will directly feed the data from app.js to the component b.js. Now let me show you the example. So for creating context, you need three steps. So the first one is that you need to create your context in React. So we can just say const, and I'm going to just call it my context, and we can say react dot create context. So after that also I need to export this because I will use this. Now after creating the context, in the second step we need to create provider, because using the provider we can feed data to share the data with the child component. Now what I want to do is to just wrap this component A with the provider. So we can just say my context dot provider, and I can just wrap this, so my context provider, and after that I need to feed a value for this. So let me just say this is a value from context. Okay, now I want to send this value to the component B. Now the third step is creating the consumer, because using the consumer we can consume the data. So we are going to open our component B because we want to send this data to the component B, and in here I need to just import the context. So import my context from app, and you can see that in the app.js we have exported our my context, and in here we can import this. So now we can create our consumer and we want to consume our data. So we can just say my context.consumer, and we can just close this my context consumer, and in here we can just say data. So we can just name it data, and we can return, let me just, in the h2 tag I want to just show the data. So now if you see, we have the data in here. So this is a value from context, and this was the value that we have sent from here. Now let me just describe once again. So for creating a context you need 3 steps. So first one is that you need to create your context. After that you need to create your provider and feed the value for the provider, and at the end if you want to consume the data you need to use consumer, and we can just use my context.consumer and we can consume the data. Alright guys, now we have learned about the basic concepts in React. Now let's create a simple to-do application with ReactJS. So I've already created a new application, ReactJS application. So the first thing is that I'm going to just install Bootstrap because I want to use Bootstrap. So I can just say npm install Bootstrap, and now I am waiting for the installation of the Bootstrap. Okay guys, now the Bootstrap has been installed, and what we need to do is to add the Bootstrap library in the index.js that we can use it. So now if you open package.json, and you can see that the Bootstrap is installed in here. Now we want to open our index.js and we want to add the Bootstrap in here. So import, you can just say Bootstrap, and we can say dist, and CSS, it is bootstrap.main.css. So now we have imported the Bootstrap, and after this what we want to do is to bring some change to our this page in here. So first I'm going to just remove this code, so from the header class name like this, and I have just the class name app because I want to use some styles from the some default styles from the React.js. So now what I want to do is to just change the functional component to the class components, because I want to use states in here. So let me just first import so component from React, and now let me just say class app, and this should extend from the component, and in here what we need to do is to first render, and after that in the rendered we can return our items. So render and return, and in the div class name let me just say hello React. So now we have hello React in here. Now what we need to do is to just bring some change to the app.css. So now what I want to do is to bring the background color and also min height in my in the .app CSS file, and also I want to change the color of the text to the white. So right now if you see, we have a black color text, and I'm going to just change this to color white. So now it's white. Now what I want to do is to create a constructor in here, so I can just use rconst like this, and in here I need to create some states. So first let me just create a username, so you can just give it whatever you want, and after that I need to create some items in here for my to-do application. So I can just first create action. So for example, the action is reading book, and also we need to just add done in here. So I am going to just make it false. So it means that right now I haven't read the book, and this to do is false by default. And after that, let me just add some more actions in here, and I'm going to just copy this from here. So for example, I can just say drinking coffee, and I'm going to just make it false, and we can just copy this. So for example, cooking, you can just make it false or true, whatever you want. So let me just make it true, and let me add one more item in here. So for example, buying for example shirts, whatever, you can just add it. So also I'm going to just make it true. So now we have some items in our state. Now what we want to do is to just in here we need to just add our items in here. As I've already installed Bootstrap, so what I want to do is to create a div class name, and I can just make it bg success and p2. Let me close the div. So first I want to just print the username. So as we have already learned about the class components, so when you're using class components, if you want to access to the state, you need to use this keyword. So right now we are in the class component, and we want to for example print the username, so we can just use this.state.username. So in here what I want to do is to say, so this.state.username, and I can just say to-do list. So now if I refresh, you can see that there is to-do list, and it's because we have this is the username. So if you change this to, for example, John, and if I refresh my page, so you can see John to-do list. Now what I want to do is to just change this to h3, because I want it should be bigger. So h3, and now you can see we have bigger. So let me just change this to my name like this. Okay, now what we want to do is to print the length of the item length of the to-do list in here. So in here what I want to do is if you see in here, I have some items in my to-do list. So 4 items, there's action and also done. So from these to-dos, 3 of them are false. It means that these are not done, and the two are not done, and the 2 are done. So now what I want to do is to first filter my items. Now in here, what I want to do is to just say, for example, so this dot state dot my items. Also what I want to do is to just create an empty string in here, because I will use that. So I can just say new item, and it is an empty string. So now in here I can just filter. So I can say this dot state dot my items. So I want to access to the my items to-do list, and after that I want to just filter that. So I can just say filter. So it's a JavaScript function, and in here I want to just use an arrow function. I can just say my item, and I can just say not my item dot done. And let me first try it, and after that I can just describe that what I want to do in here, dot length, and I can just say items. So in here what I want to do, so if you see in here I have 4 items. So 2 of them are done and 2 of them are not done. So in here I'm going to check that I want to filter the items, and I want to print the items that are not done. So in here first I want to filter that, and I'm going to just use an arrow function, and I'm going to just print the length of the items that are not done. So in here if you see, if I check my page, you'll see that I am receiving 2 items. So now you can see, so let me just save this because it's not saved. And now you can see that to Paris to-do list 2 items. It's because that in here it's showing me the 2 items that are not done. Now if I change this, for example, to false, you will see that I am receiving 3. So now we can see 3 items, and these 3 items are the items that are not done. So you can see that easily I have used filter function from the JavaScript to filter my items. And after that I'm I'm filtering the items that are not done, and I want to just print the length of them. And you can see that in here 3 items are not done, and if you see the list, so this is done false, done false, done false, and these are the items that are not done. Now what I want to do is to create an input a text field, because I want to add new items to my to-do list. So I can just create, first I need to just add some br tag in here, so br, and after that I can create another div class in here. So I'm going to just say div class name, and this should be container, and I can just create input type text, and the class name is form control, so it's a Bootstrap class. And right now let me just check. So I have a form in here. Now what I want to do is to just bring this out of the this h3 class, and I need to add this in here, so like this. Okay, now you can see that I have a text input field in here. Now I can write in here. So right now this is just a basic HTML text field. What I want to do is to just add control from the ReactJS. So in here I need to add a value and this section, and I can just say this dot state dot new item. So I'm going to just use this new item in here. And now if you see, I cannot write to this field, because I need to add on change event for this field. Okay, now in here I can just add on change. So on change, and I can just say this dot update value. Now I need to create this update value, so I can just go to the top, and in here I can just say update value. I'm using an arrow function. Also I need to add an event in here, so I'm going to just call it E. So now I can just say this dot set state, and in here I can just say new item E dot target. I need to capture the value, so E dot target dot value. And now if I check in this input field in here, let me just refresh this. So now you can see that I can write in here. Now we want to create a button, and we want to add new items to the to-do list. So what I want to do is to create a button. I think it should be in here. So in here I can just say button class name, so btn success, and we can just say add to do, or whatever you can just call it. And so now you can see we have a button. Let me just add a BR tag in here. So now it's looking good. Also, you need to create an on-click listener for this button. So I can just say on-click, and so this dot add new to do. Now we need to create this, so I can just say okay. Now in here what I want to do is to first check that the item is in my to-do list or not. So for example, in here I have 4 items. First I want to check that if the item is in the to-do list, I don't want to add that again. So if it's not in the to-do list, I want to add that. So in here I can just say if not this dot state dot my items dot find. So I want to search for the item in the my items that I have, and let me just create an arrow function, and now I can just say item dot action. So this dot state dot new item. So it is just a simple code that I'm checking. So if the item is in the to-do list, I don't want to add that again. If that's not in the list, what I want to do is to first copy my all items, and after that I'm going to merge the new item to the item list. So I can just say my items, and I'm going to use separate operator, so like this, and I can just say this dot state dot my items. So I'm going to just copy all the items, and after that it's an object. I want to create the action, so this dot state dot new item, and the done. For this I'm going to just make it to false, like this. Okay, so now let's just check. We have an error. So an expression app.js. Oh, sorry, I need to just this dot set my state. So what I want to do is to just say this dot set state, and now in here I want to just first copy my all items, and after that I'm going to just merge the new item in there. So let me just bring this in here like this, and also let me just add a new item, make this an empty string. So I have this in here, I think, and this should be like this. Okay, So now it's correct. So in here what I want to do is to just check if the item is in the to-do list. So if the item is in the to-do list, I don't want to add that again. If that's not, I want to add that. So now for that I need to just say this dot set state, and first I need to just copy all my items, and after that I can merge the new item. So now okay, so now right now you can see that we have 3 items. Now let me just add new item. So add new item, and if I click add to do, so you can see that it's the 4th item. Let me just add another item. So if I click on this, so you can see it's the 5th item. Now, so for example, now I want to add an item that's in the to-do list. So let me, for example, reading the book. Now, so if I add this in here, you'll see that we are not receiving the item in here. So you can see that it's not working because we have this item in our to-do list. So if I say reading Python book, and if I click on add to do, so you can see that we have our item in here. Okay, now we want to list our to-do items in our UI. So in here I'm going to create a table, and I want to list my items in the to-do list. So for this, what I need to first create a table. So I can just come down in here. So now in this section I can create a table. So I'm going to just say table class name, and this should be BTN, not BTN, sorry, table success, and also we want it should be table bordered. So table bordered. Okay, now in here what we need to do is to create a table header. So we can just say th head, and we need to just close this, and after that we need to create a tr or table row, so like this. So tr. Okay, now in here what we want to do is to first create, because if you see in here, so let me just we have a description, so we want to add action as a description, and also we should have also done. In the done we want to add the checkbox. So now in here we are going to create a th, so th and th, so table header, and I can just say description, and I want to just copy this and paste it in here, so this should be done. So now you will see that I have a table in here, so it's much bigger. Let's just grab this table and add this in our main div, that's div container. So right now I have added in the app div class, but I want to add this in the div container. So I want to add this in this div class name container, so I can just bring it in here. Okay, so now you can see we have a nice table in here. Let me just add a br tag. So in this section we can just say br. Okay, now we have our table in here. So now right now I haven't created the table body or t-body. So now first what I want to do is to map my data from my items state. So for this we need to just create a method in here. So you can just call it whatever you want, and in here I'm going to just call it, for example, to do rows. So it is a row function, and in here I can just say this dot state dot my items dot map. So let me just remove this, I don't need this in here. Okay, so like this I'm going to just map and I can just say item. Now in here I can first create a key for the, because we are using map, so when you're using map you need to add a key for the items. So we can just say tr key, and this should be item.action. Let me close the tr tag, and also we need to create a td tag. So in here it should be, it's the like description, so we can just say item.action. Okay, so now after this what we need to do is we have created our to do rows method or function. Now we need to add that in the table body. So for this we can just come down to the table that we have created. So in here, so this is a table header, and now we need to create a table body. So we can just say t body. Let me close t body, and in here we can call our that function. So it's this dot to do rows. So now you can see that we have our items in here. So these are the 4 items that we have already added in here, so in this section. So reading book, drinking coffee. Now if I add a new item, so for example calling or whatever, you can just add it in here. So you can see that now this item is added in here. If I say new item, and you can see that new item is added in here. Now we have a done in here, so it is a boolean value, it's true or false. Now for that we need to add a checkbox in here. So now in our method, in the method we want to add our checkbox. So yeah, in here. So now in this section we want to add another td, so that is for the checkbox. So td, and in here we can just use input type checkbox, and if you see, so you can see that we have checkbox in here for every items. Also we are going to just add a checked value for this, and the value should be item.done. Now you can see that in here, so if I also refresh this, you can see that the first checkbox is checked because it is true, and it's done, it means. Now for example in here, if I now you can see that done false. If I just make this to true, you'll see that I have 2 checkboxes that are checked. You can see like this. Now what I want to do is right now you can see that I cannot uncheck this, or I cannot check the checkbox. Now we need to just add on change for this. So we can come down to our checkbox, and here we need to just add on change. So in the on change, so let me just bring this in here. We need to create an arrow function, and right now I haven't created this method, so we can just say checkbox changed, and I can pass item in here. So now we need to create this method. So now in here, let me just create this. And we need to pass an item, so let me just call it to do item in here. Okay, in this method, I want when we check or uncheck an item, we want to change the state in here or set the state in our this to-do list text. So for this, we can just say this.setState. So we want to set the state. So this.setState. And now we need to just set the state for the my items. So first we need to just map the item. So we can just say this.state.myItems.map. We want to treat over the items, and after that we can just say item dot action if it is to do dot action. Okay, now we want to check this so that we are checking or unchecking the items. So first we need to just use the separate operator in here, and we can just say item, and now in here we can just say done to not done, item dot done. And in the else case, we are going to just print our item. So now this should be, so this is an object like this. Okay, so in here we are changing the item state. So now in here, if I uncheck this, so it's not working. We need to just bring this in here, so like this. Okay, now we should not have any error in here. Yeah, so now if I check this, so you can see the 3 items are not done. And now if I check this, you can see 1 items are 1 items are done in here, 0 items. Now in here you can see that 4 items are not done. And if I check this, so this is let me just add a new data in here. So for example, new item, so by default you can see it's not done. And if I check this, you can see that now it's done in here. Alright guys, now our simple to-do application is working. So you can just add a new to-do in here, and you can just check or uncheck this, so like this. Okay, now if you see, we have our app.js. Now all codes are in the app.js. As you know that app.js is our main component. Now it will be good that we create separate components for our code. For example, if you see in here, I want to just create a new component for the header, for my header. Now for this, what I want to do is to create a folder in here, and I'm going to just call it components. And in the components, I want to create a new component that's called header.js. And in here I want to create a class component. We're using RC. Let me just remove this export. So we have class header in here. This is our new component. And now I can grab this code from here. So let me, this H3 code, let me just grab this code, and I want to bring this in the header. So let me just remove the div class from here. Okay, so now we have our header.js, and after that we have created, we have added the code of the headers in here. Now, as I have already talked about the props, now when so now let me just remove this code. So now I don't need to this code. I don't need to this code because I want to add this new component in here. So what I want to do is to first import this header. So we can just say import header from components and header.js like this. Now after this we can come down and so in here we need to add our header, so we can just say our header. Okay. So right now if I see my page, let me just refresh this. So I'm receiving error, and it's because if you see in our header.js, in here we have username and also we have items. Now we need to prepare the username and also items from our app.js, or we can say that if we want to for example prepare the data from app.js to the header.js, we need to use props. So using props, parent component can send the data to the child component. So for example, in here we need to receive the username and also the items. So if you see, the username is in our app.js in our parent component. So this is our username, and also we have my items in here. So now what I want to do is to feed the data to the header.js. And okay, now in here, so the first one is the username, so I want to just say username, so we can just say this.state.username, and after that we have my items, so we can just say, so you can name it whatever you want. Let me just name it the same, and we can say this.state.myItems. Okay, so now we have prepared this data. Now if we want to access this data, we need to use props. If you're using functional component, for that you need to pass props as a parameter. But if you're using class component, you don't need to pass props as a parameter because it's within the class components. So in here what we can say that this.props.username like this, and and here also we can just say this.props.myItems. Okay, now you can see that we are not receiving any error in here, and we have the same functionality, and you can see, and in the header you can see that the state is changing, and I can just add a new to do like this, and I can just check or uncheck this in here. Okay, now let's create another component. So if you see in here we have to do rows. Now it's responsible for just one row of the items, so we want to create a new component in here. I'm going to just call it row.js, and what I want to do is to first create a class component, so RCE, and after that I want to just bring this code from here. So and let me just bring this code, and I want to just add this in here. We are going to remove the div tag. I'm going to just remove the key, so I'm going to just use tr, and let me just format this. Okay, so now this is our td item.action. Okay, so now we have our row.js. Now we can add this row.js in our to do rows method. So I'm going to just remove this, and now we can add a row in here. So make sure that you have imported this. So now if I refresh my page, you'll see that I am receiving error because it's telling that item is not defined in the row.js. So if you see row.js, we have item.action, and we have in here we have a callback method. Now these are not defined for the row.js. So now we need to feed this data from the app.js to the row.js. So now in here in the row, first we need to just add a key for this, so we can say item.action, and after that, so the first thing is that we need to feed the item. So we can just say item and also item. So this item, so we need to feed this item to the row.js in here. After that, if you see, we have a callback method. So this checkbox changed. So now, and this is the method that we have in here. So let me just bring this method at the top of my bring it in here. Okay, so you can see that this is the callback method. Now also we need to feed this method for our row.js. Okay, so now in here what we want to do is so this is the item. After that we can just say callback, and the callback is this method. So we can just say this dot checkbox changed, like this. Okay, now we are going to open our row.js this place. So now if you check in here, also it's telling that item is not it's because so we have where is it, item.action, item. Okay, so there is no problem. Now in the row.js what we need to do is, so the errors are from the row.js. Now as we have already said that we need to use props for accessing the values from the parent class. Now in here we can just say this dot props dot item dot action, and after that if you see in here we have item dot done, and we can change this to this dot props dot item done. And also in the on change we need to use the callback that we have. So you can see that the name of the method is callback, so we can just use we need to just use this. So let me just remove this dot props dot callback, and it takes a parameter, so we can just say this dot props dot item. So now you can see that we are receiving our result, and there is no problem in the code. So you can just check or uncheck the to do items like this, and you can add new item in here. So the new item is added in this section like this. Okay, now we also want to create a new component for our this input field, and also our this add button. So for this I want to create a new component, and I'm going to just call it create todo.js. And in here I want to create a class component, and also we need to create a constructor for this. So every child component also can manage their own states. So for this I'm going to just say our const, and what I want to do is to just I want to first I need to just comment this, because I want to add this new item because I want to create new to do. So I want to just add this in here. So now this state is related to my this create to do component. So now after doing this, what we want to do is to first bring our this let me just come down. So let me just close some files from here. Okay, now so if you come down, we have our this div class name container, we have an input type, and we have a button. So we need to just cut this code from here and add this in our in here in the render method. So let me just add it in here. So we have a div, we need to just wrap this in the, so we can say div and I have an error in here. So now let me just create div class name container in here. So I will add that in this section, and I don't need to add this container in here. Okay, so now I have if you see in here, I have some methods. So the first one is the update value, and also the add new to do method. Now also I need to bring this methods from here, and so for right now let me just copy this and paste it in here because I will need this, and let me just paste it in here. Okay, so we have update value. Now in here we don't need, in our app.js we don't need this update value in here like this. We just we will need this add new to do. Okay, now in here, so this is for the update value, and if you see our input field, we have this dot update value, and also we have for the value we have this dot state dot new item, and we have the new item state in here. Now for the add new to do in here, what we want to do is to we want to notify when we, for example, when we click on the, so right now we don't have add in here, so when we click on the add to do, so we want to notify our parent class, our app.js class. So for this we need to just add a callback in here, and I'm going to remove this from here, and I can say this dot props dot callback, and I need to pass this dot state dot new item in here, and also I need to just set the state to the empty string, so new item like this. Okay, now I will if you come to the app.js, so we have add new to do, so we will send this method as a callback to our create to do.js. Now in here, so there's no problem, and what I need to pass, for example, a to do in here, so because if you see in here we have this dot state dot new item, so this is the new to do item. So now I can just make this to do like this, and after that let me just remove this, and in here I can just say this dot set state, and I can say my items, so this dot state dot my items, and after that I need to create an object, so the action is to do, and also done to false. Okay, now after this we need to import this create to do.js in our app.js, and we need to add this, so we can just come down, so if you see in our div class container, and I have said that we need to add this in here, so in here we can just say create to do, and we can add the callback in here. So this is the callback that we have given in here, so let me just, yeah, this is the callback. Now we can say create to do callback, and the callback is this add new to do, so you can just say this dot add new to do, and so we need to just close this. Okay, now let me just okay, now we have also I'm going to just comment or remove this new item because I don't need this new item in here, and or even I can just remove this like this, and we have add new to do. And now, so if you refresh, you can see that we have our items in here. Now if I click and say add new item and click on add to do, so you can see that we have our add new item in here. And let me just add another item and click on add to do, so you can see that it is added in here, and you can just make it like this. Okay, now for example, now let me just remove this callback from here, and you will see now for this there's no problem, and you can just do it like this. And if I want to add new item in here, and if I click on the add to do, you will see that I'm receiving error in here. Now if I add again this callback in here, and if I add to do add, and you can see that it is working now in here. Okay guys, now we want to show the completed task. So right now, if you see, we have our simple to-do application, and if we complete a task, we want to show that in here. So for this, what I want to do is to create a new component. So I'm going to just say show completed tasks.js, and we want to create a class component. So in the class component, the first thing is that we are going to create a, let me just say, a class name, and this should be form check. And after that, we want to create a checkbox, so I can just say input class name, and this should be form check input, and the type is checkbox. So now we need to provide some data. So the first one is the checked. Now this is the value that we will receive from our parent. So we can just say is checked. Now we will receive this value from the app.js. So by this reason, I'm going to use this.props.isChecked, and I will define this checked in my app.js. So after that, we want to create a on change for this, because we want to capture the event from the checkbox, and I can just say this.props.callback, and this will be also a callback that I will specify this in my app.js. And we need to just give e.target.checked, and this is the place that you want to capture the value. And after that, we are going to create a label like this. So let me just and we need to just give a class name. So for this, it should be form check label. So this is a type of form check label. It's not a simple label. And in the h4, we are going to just say show this.props.description. So you can add the description in here, but I want to receive this data from the app.js, so there is no problem. So this should be, now we have our show completed task, and there are three data or three values that we need to receive from the app.js. We have is checked, we have a callback, and also we have description. So now after doing this, we are going to open our app.js in here. So in the app.js, first I need to import this component, newly created component, and I can just say import show completed tasks from components, and it is show completed tasks. So after doing this, now we need to bring some change to our So first we need to create a new state in here, and it is completed tasks, and by default it is true. Okay, so after this we need to bring some change to our this to do rows function. Now this is responsible for creating of our to do item row. So we need to bring some change to this, because first we want to filter our data. So now in here we can just add a done value in here, and it's a boolean value. It should be true or false. And after that, let me just bring this in here. Now what I want to do is to first say this dot state dot my items, and I'm going to use filter because I want to filter my data, for example my completed data, and I can just say item dot done value. So if my item dot done is to this done value, so it will be a boolean value, true or false. And after that I want to map, so let me just remove this because I have my state in here. So first I want to filter, and after that I'm going to map my data and show the data in here. So now we have created our this function or method. Now what we want to do is to so right now if I see my page, so right now you can see that we don't have any data in here. If I add, and so it's not working now, because in here we have to do rows, and as we have specified in here a parameter, so by default we need to just add in here, and I need to add false. You can see that we have our two data that are not completed. So if you see in here, now you can see that in here we have two data is true, it means that they are completed, and two data are false, that they are not completed. Now in here it's showing me the data that are not completed. Now if I complete this, you can see that we are not seeing the data. If I click on this, you can see that data is gone. Now what I want to do is to show this data in here in a new table, and I want to show the completed data. So for this in here, so in the table I want to create another table. So after table I'm going to just say div class name, and it is bg success, and we can just close this div. Now in here we are going to add our show completed tasks. So we can just say show completed tasks. Now right now if you see, we need to provide some data for this. So for example, we need to provide props from the app.js to the show completed tasks.js. We need to provide a callback for the changing of the checkbox, and also we need to provide a description. Now so right now if I see, you can see that I'm seeing my class div item in here. Now if I check this, so you can see it's checking or unchecking, even though right now we don't have the callback, but we are going to create. And if I click on this, you can see that we are not receiving the data in here. So I want that I should see the data in this section. And what I want to do is to just also add a beer tag in here, because I want to see some space in here. So like this. Okay, now in here the first data is description. So for example, if you see in here we have des.props.description. Now we need to send this data from our app.js to the show completed tasks.js. So I can just say description, and it is just for example completed tasks. So you can do this in here, and there's no problem. It's because I want to show you that how you can use the data between the child and parent component. So now you can see we have show completed tasks in here, and this is the data that we have sent from app.js to the show completed.js using the props. Also, the another one is it's checked, so we can just let me just bring it in here. So is checked, and it should be this dot state dot completed tasks. So it is the completed tasks that we have in here, and you can see that by default it's true. And after that we have a callback, so we can just add callback, and we need to specify a checked parameter for this arrow function. And after that we need to set state for this, so this dot set state, and we can just add our completed task to the checked. And if you see in here, you can see that by default now it's checked because the completed task value is to true. Now after this we need to create a table for showing the completed tasks. So you can just do it in after this div class in here, and in here we want to just say if this dot state dot is completed tasks, and we want to create a table in here. So let me just okay, now okay, need to create a table, so I can just say table class name, and you can just give it so table success, and it should be table bordered, so bordered, and we can just close the table in here. And now we can create a table header, so we can just say th. And after that we need to create a tr, and in the tr we also create a th, so this should be description, and we want to create another th for the done. And now we can call our to-do rows in the t-body. So if you see in here, so this is the function or method that we need, so it's for filtering and also for mapping the to-do items. And we have a parameter in here, and for the listing of the to-do lists we need to make it false, and for the item is done, we are going to just make it true. So we can just add this in here, and we can make it to true. Okay, so now you can see that these are the two data that these data are done. So these are done, and you can see that if I uncheck this, you can see that it's undone. And if I check one of these data, you can see that they are in the show completed tasks. So if I check this, you can see that we are not seeing the completed task table, and if I click on this, now we are seeing, and we can just make it like this, and we can add new in here, so new item. So you can see that we have this in here. In this video we're going to start our React hooks tutorials, and the first hooks that we want to learn, that's use state hooks. Now first of all, what are hooks? If you see ReactJS documentation, it's telling that hooks are a new addition in React 16.8 they let you use state and other React features without writing a class. Now, if you remember that we have created class components and we have used states in class components, and we have already said that you cannot use state by default in a function component, but you can use React hooks for using states, and there is a use state hooks that you can use it. Now there's an example for this that they have in their official documentation, and you can see that they have implemented the React hooks with the function components, and also they have a version of class components that you can use the same example. Now let me just show you the example. So first we want to work on the class components, and after that we will convert our class components to the function components, and we use React hooks, use state hooks. So this is my simple ReactJS application, and I'm going to just create a new folder, and I'm going to just call it components. First I'm going to just create a class, and I'm going to just call it a JavaScript file, and I'm going to just call it counter.js. Now I can just use I'm going to use a class component, not functional component, so RCE. So this is my class component, and I can just say, for example, hello. And now let me just add this in my app.js. So first I need to import this. We can say import counter from components, and this is counter. And now we can just use counter in here, so counter. And now if you see, we have hello in here. Okay, now let's open our counter.js, and in here first I'm going to just create a constructor, so our const, and I want to just create a count and the initial values to 0. Now after this in here, so first I'm going to just create a button, so button, and I can say class name btn success, and I'm using the Bootstrap Styles, and I can just add button in here, and let me just, for example, call it click me, or whatever you can just call it. So now after doing this, now we need to add on click in this button. Now if you see, we have a button and there's nothing, and what I want to do is to also add an h2 tag in here. So and I can just say this dot state dot count, and you will see that the initial value is 0, and I cannot change this. So now in here I can just first create a method or a function. So let me just say const, and I can just say, for example, click me. It is an arrow function. So click me, and in here I can just use this dot set state, and what I want to do is to change the value of my count by 1. So I can just say count, so this dot state dot count plus 1. And now I need to just add my this click me button in here. So let me just say on click, and this is this dot click me. Okay, now if I click on this, you can see that I can change this. Now we have used and here we have used class components, and we have used state. Now we can use the same functionality using a functional component and also use state hooks. Now let me show you. And here I'm going to just create a new JavaScript file, and I'm going to just call it, for example, whatever you want. You can just call it counter hook, .js, and we can use a functional component. So we have now the first thing is that you need to use the hooks that you want. For example, there are different hooks that you can use, and here, because we are using a state, so for the state you can use state hook. So we can just add first we need to import use state in here. Now after adding the use state hook, what we need to do is to create our use state hook. So it's just basically a simple, you can say that this is a simple function or method. So now we can say use state, and after that you need to add the initial value in here, for example 0. Now it returns, so the first one is the initial value it returns, that is, for example, let me just say count, and after that the method that you can update the value, so we can just say set count. Now this is optional, you can just, for example, you can make it numbers or set numbers, for example, whatever you want, you can just make it like that, and there's no problem. So now after doing this, in here what I want to do is to first print my this count. So let me just say count, and now we need to just add this in here. So let me just, first I need to import I can say import, for example, counter hook from counter hook, and we can just add our counter hook in here. So counter hook. So now if you see that we have 0 in here, and let me just add this in h3, or we can say h2 tag. Now after this I need to create a button, and I can just add a class name. So for example btn primary, and this should be so for example click, and now in here I can add on click, so I can just say on click, and in the on click we can use arrow function, and we can use this set count, and in the set count now we can just say count +1, and so you can see that how easily we have added, we have created, we have imported our use state hook, and after that we need to create our use state. Now it returns initial value or current value, and also a method for the setting the value, and in here we can just print our value, and also in the on click we can use an arrow function, and we can use set count in here, and we increment the count value. So now if I check, you can see now right now we have 0, and if I click on this, so you can see 1 2 3, and we have the same functionality as we have in the class component, and in here we have used a functional component with use state hook. You can add multiple hooks in here. So for example, let me just add another one in here. I can just use, for example, const text and set text, and I'm going to use use state, and we can just give the initial text to this as text, and now in here what I want to do is to first print my this text. So I can just say h2, and this is my current text, and I can use a button in here for changing the text. So button, and we can add a class name, so it should be btn for example success, and we can just say change text. Now we can add on click for this. So button and on click, we are going to use an arrow function with the set text, and now we can add the text that we want. For example, I can say the text is changed. Okay, now you can see we have, this is the initial text that we have already added in here. So this is a text. Now if I click on the change text button, it should be like this, so the text is changed. Now I'm going to just click on this, so you can see that the text is changed. Okay guys, now we have learned that how you can use for example use state, and how you can use number and also text with use state. Now also you can use objects, or for example arrays if you want. So let me just use object. For example, in here I'm going to just say const info. So I can say const info and set info, and this should be an object of name, an empty name, and also an empty email, like this. Okay, so now after this we are going to just create an input field in here. So let me just, okay, now we can say input type, text, and we can add a class name of form control, and we can also add a value of so info dot name. So now if you see, we have a form in here. Right now we cannot write in this section, and let me just add br tag in here, like this. Okay, now I want to just copy this, and I can add this in here, and this time I'm going to use info.email. Okay, now we need to add an onChange listener in here. So before onChange, I can just print the, so I can say name is info.name, and we can do the same for the, let me just copy this, email is info.email. Okay, name and also email. Now we can just and here we need to just add an onChange. So let me just come down, and I can say onChange, and I can use event, and I can just say set info name e.target, so name should be e.target dot value. Let me just do the same for the second one. So I can just grab this and add this for the email, and JS we can just okay now, and we need to just change this to email. So now we have, I can add my name, and you can see we have our name in here. But if I add, for example, an email address, you can see that the email is removed, the name is removed. It is because that use state does not merge the value. So now for this we need to just use separate operators. Now in here in this section we can just use for example, we want to just copy all of the attributes, or all of the fields from this object. I want to copy, and after that I am going to overwrite the value. So I can just say .info like this, and I can do the same for the email. So now this time if I add my name, so you can see I have my name, and if I add the email address, and this is my email address. Okay guys, now let's use arrays in our use state. So we have used numbers, text, and also object. Now let's use arrays. So let me just create an array in here. So let me just create my use state. So I'm going to just say articles and set articles, and we want to use state, and in here I'm going to use array. So let me just say article 1, article 2, and article 3. Now I can just come down. Let me just add a br tag in here. So I want to iterate over this articles array that I have, and here what I want to say that articles dot map, and we can use article, and in here we can just return our article. So in h2 tag we can just add our article. So now if you see we have our article. So in here you can see article 1, article 2, and article 3. So now it's working. Let's just add a button and also a method for adding a new article. So in here I'm going to just create a new method. So I want to call it const add article, and it is an arrow function. And in here I'm going to just use set articles. So let me just add for example new article like this. Okay, now after this let me create a button. So I want to just create in here, so button class name btn primary. So primary, and the text is add article, and on click, so we need to add an on click listener, and this is the function that we have already created. So add article, and let me just bring this in here like this. Okay, so now you can see that I have add article in here. So if I click on the add article, you can see that my new article is added, but the my default articles that I have in here they are disappeared in here. So as I've already said that when you're using objects or arrays, you need to merge your data. You need to merge that. So by default set articles cannot merge. Now in here what we want to do is to first we want to copy all the articles. We want to copy all the articles, and after that we are going to merge the new article at the end of this article that we have copied. So now this time if so you can see we have article 1. Now if I say add article, we have another article, and these are the previous articles, add article and also add article. Alright guys, now in this part we're going to talk about UseEffect hooks. Now if you see ReactJS documentation, it's telling that the effect hook lets you perform side effects and function components. Now if you remember a class components, for example if you want to fetch the data from an API, for example we can use component that mount. Now you can use the same functionalities using the UseEffect. So if you come down, now in here it's telling if you're familiar with React class lifecycle methods, you can think of UseEffect hook as a component that mount, component that update, and also component will unmount combined. So you can do the same three functionalities using just UseEffect. And also they have an example in here, so we will use this example. So first let me just create a simple example. Okay, now as we have already imported use state, you can use UseEffect. We need to just import UseEffect. So now after this, okay, now after this in here we can just use UseEffect, and now it will return a function, and in here you can add your code. So let me just add a console.log, and in here let me just say UseEffect is called. Okay, now if you see, let me just inspect the element and if I go to the console, so you can see that UseEffect is called, and in every render the UseEffect is called in here. Now we have a warning in here. It's because in our previous video we haven't used in here, we need to just use a key. So let me just add key, and let me just add use article, and so you can see that in every render the UseEffect is called. Now for example, if I change the state, let me just click this click me button, you can see that in here we have UseEffect is called, and if I change text, UseEffect is called, and if I add something in here, you can see that it's rendering, and in every render. Okay, now we can restrict this and we can add a condition. So if you see in here, and for example, if I refresh the page, it's calling the UseEffect, and if I, for example, add some text, it's calling UseEffect, and you can see that it's not good, and we can just change or call our UseEffect based on some condition. For example, in here you can add an array or another parameter in this section. So now what I want to do is, so if you leave it for example empty, an empty array, now if I check this, so now let me just remove this and let me just refresh my page. So now you can see it's called in the rendering of the page. Now if I change the state, you can see that it's not calling the UseEffect. If I click on this, if I click on change text, or if I, for example, add text in here, now you can see that it is just calling the UseEffect just once. It's mimicking the component didMount, and as we have in our class components. Now for example, I want to for example, if I click if I change my this state, this count state, or for example, if I want to I want just this count state, so I want to just based on this, I want to call this UseEffect. Now in here right now I have just an empty array, and in this section I want to add count. And now, so you can see in the rendering it at first called the UseEffect, and after that if I do, for example, change text, nothing happens. If I add for example text, there is no problem. And if I click on the click me, or yeah, this click is, I think, yeah, you can see, because this is our class component that we have already learned. Let me just comment out this in my app.js, so it is counter, and I can just comment this. Okay, now you can see, let me refresh it again. We have our UseEffect in here, and if I click on change text, you can see nothing happens. And if I add, there is no problem. And if I click on this, you can see that it's calling the UseEffect. Now you can add multiple items in here. For example, also I want to just do it in a text. I want to call this UseEffect when I change the state of the text. And now let me just refresh this. So we have our UseEffect. On the click we have UseEffect, and on the change text we have also UseEffect. Okay, now let's create another example. This time we're using the example from the ReactJS documentation, and we want to change the title of our React app in here, and after we want to call the UseEffect. So for this, what I want to do is I have my count in here, set count, and I don't want and I want to use this. So let me just comment this UseEffect, and in here I'm going to just create UseEffect. So in here what I want to do is to change the title of my web page. And here I can say document, so in this section, so document dot title, and I'm going to use backticks, and I want to just say you have clicked, and we can add our count in here times. Now I'm going to create a button in here, so in this section, so button, I can add a class name to btn primary, and I want to just say, for example, change title. So if I see in here, I have change add article and I have change title. Now in the change title, so in the change title I want to just add on click, and in here I want to call set count, and I can just say set count and count plus 1. So now let me just inspect the element. Okay, now if I click on change title, you can see that the title is changed to 4 and to 5, and let me just refresh it again. So right now you can see it is 0 times. Also let me just add a console.log in here, so just bring this in here. Okay, now you can see that the UseEffect is called in the first render, and after that if I click on change title, so you can see that the title is changed, and you can see that the UseEffect is called, and you can see that third time and in the fourth time. Okay guys, now let's fetch some data using UseEffect. So for this, first of all, we need to install a library that's called Axios. So you can use it fetch, you can use it Axios, whatever you want. So we can just say npm install Axios. Okay guys, now the Axios is installed, if you see, and if you see package.json, and so you can see that we have Axios in here. Now after this I'm going to just create a new component, and I'm going to just call it fetch data.js. And this should be a functional component. So we have function fetch data. Now in here the first thing is that we are going to use JSON placeholder, and you can see you can just go to the JSON placeholder, and we are going to just click on the posts, and we want to just use this post endpoint. Now in here the first thing is that we need to import useState, and also we need to just use UseEffect. So let me just create a state in here, so const use const, for example, articles, and set articles use state, and it should be an empty array. And after that we are going to just use UseEffect, and we can just use Axios. So we need to also import Axios. Import Axios from Axios. Axios.get, and we can just add this in here. After that it will return a promise, so we can just say .then and response, and we can just console.log response.data. And if there was an error, we can just say .catch error, and we can console.log the error. So now if I check my so I need to just add this component in my app.js. So first let me just comment this component counter hook, and now I can just add my fetch data. Make sure that you have imported, so fetch data, and now I can just inspect the element. So you can see that in the console I have 100 and this is the 100 article or posts that we have fetched from this endpoint API. So now let's just set this in our page. So instead of now in here I have just console.log, what I want to do is in here I can just say set articles, and I can use articles.data. And after this, sorry, not articles.data, response.data. Now I can just use map function to iterate over the data. I can just say articles.map, so we can just use it like this. So articles.map, and we are going to just use article, and in here we can say for example I want to just use an h3 tag, so I can just give it a key. So this should be article.id, and also I want to use article.title. Cannot read property map of undefined, so let me just add a parenthesis in here and okay. Now so now you can see that we have our data in here. But the problem is in here that it's going to a loop and it's fetching the data. It's because that we need to specify a dependency in our UseEffect because we want to just fetch once. And now in here we can just add an empty array. So now if I refresh this, you can see that we have just fetched once, and this is our data in here. Also you can fetch one data. So for example, if you want to right now you can see that it's 100 data. Now if you come down, for example, we have post 1. So this time based on ID we want to get the posts. So now what I want to do is in here we need to first create a new user state. So const id and set id user state, and we are going to just give it 1 by default. And after this we need to bring a change to this. This time I'm using backticks because I want to add slash and $id and after this we need to just bring change to this. So I want to just use article, and it should be set article. So set article and we are not going to use this. Let me just comment this. Or let me just remove this from here. This time I need to just create an input type text, and the value is our ID. And also I need to add an on change. So this is set ID, and I can just say e.target.value. And in here I can just print, for example, article.title. So now, okay, now you can see that we have our first article in first title of the article in here. And if I change this to 2 or 3, you can see that it's not changing. And it's because if you see in our in here we have used an empty array. So now right now our state is related to the ID, so we can just add ID in here, and based on the ID we want to just use this UseEffect. Okay, for right now it's 1, and if I change this to 5, you can see that it's changing to, the data is changing in here like this. Okay guys, now in this video we're going to talk about another hooks that's called UseContext. Now if you remember my previous videos, we have talked about context API. Now if you see for the context API that we have learned before this, so context provides a way to pass data through the component tree without having to pass props down manually at every level. Now we have created an example on the context API, but UseContext has the same concept as a context API. So using UseContext, also you can send or share data from your parent component to the child components without having to pass props down manually at every level of the component. Now let's recap that lesson, and we want first let me just use this example, and after that we are going to use UseContext example. Now I'm going to create a new component, and I'm going to just call it for example component a.js, and I want to create one more component that is component b.js. So let me just use a functional component RFC, and for this also I want to create a functional component. Now in here what I want to do is to, let me just write component A, and the same should be, this is my component B. Now in the component A I'm going to add component B, so make sure to import that. So component B. So you can see that it's imported in here, and in the component, in the app.js, I'm going to add my component A. So component A. Now, for example, I have some data in my app.js and I want to send the data to the component B. And you can see that in here we have now component A is the child component of the app.js, and component B is, we have added component B in the component A. Now, if you're using props and you want to send the data to the component B, you need to first pass the data to the component A and after that to the component B. Now, first let's just do this using the context as we have already done it, and after that we're going to use the UseContext hooks. Now, you'll see that using the UseContext, it will be so much easier that you can share the data. Now, what I want to do is to, in here, first I need to create my, so let me just say const my context, and I can say React dot create context. And from here I need to export this because I will consume my data. So as we have already said that when you're going to work with the context API, you need to pass 3 steps. So the first one is that you need to create a React context, and after that you need to just add provider and feed the value to the provider. Now, okay, now let me just remove these components because I don't need this. So you can see that I have just component A in here. Now, in here what I want to do is to wrap this component using the using the provider. So we can just say my context dot provider, and now we can wrap this component using the provider. Now, after wrapping this to the provider, we need to feed a value to this provider. So we can just say value, and let me just say this is context value or whatever, you can just add it in here. Now, after doing this, now we have done our step 1 and step 2. Now in the step 3 we need to consume this data. Now this is the important point, and for the UseContext this will be the same. Creating of the context and also providing the data, and in the consuming of the data it will have a different approach. Now first let's just use our context API approach. Now you can see that as we have already exported my context, and in the component B what I want to do is to import this. So we can just say import and my context. So my context, and we can just import this from app. So now after doing this, let me just, I think I have an error. React is not defined in app.js, so we need to just import React in here. So import React from React. Okay, now what I want to do is to just go to the component B in here, and I have imported my context. So this is the context I have exported from the app.js. And in here I need to wrap my in here I need to just create my consumer and consume the data. So let me just remove this component B, and in the div tag what I want to do is to say my context dot consumer, and in here we can access to the data. So we can just give it a name, for example data, and we can just return first let me okay, and now we can just return, for example h2. Now we can add our data in here, and we can just print the data. So now if you see, you can see that we are receiving this is context value, and this is the data that we have sent from the app.js to the component B. Now, so this was using context API. Now this is not our topic, and I have just recapped that video. Now I want to just use the UseContext hook. Now, as I've already said, that the two steps are the same. So we need to first create our context using the React, and we need to export that. After that, we need to wrap our component using the context provider. So, and we need to just specify a value for that. And after doing this, now in the component B, so in here I can just what I want to do is to remove this, and let me just remove this context consumer, and in here we need to just import UseContext. So UseContext, so this is also hook, and in here we can just say const data, and we can use UseContext, and we need to add our my context in here. Now in the consuming section, it's one of the easiest approach to use UseContext hooks, and in here we can just say data. So now you can see that this is context value. Now if I add, for example, an h1 tag in here, so you will see the difference. And also let me change the data, so this data is with context hook, UseContext hook. I sent. So now you can see that this is our data in here. Okay guys, now we have talked about UseState, UseEffect, and also UseContext. Now let's talk about the UseReducer hooks. Now if you see ReactJS documentation and the UseReducer, it's telling that it's an alternative to UseState. Now it accepts a reducer of type state and also action, and it returns new state. And also for the UseReducer returns the current state with the dispatch method. Now if you're familiar with the Redux, now it will be easy for you. Also, UseReducer is usually preferable to UseState when you have complex state logic that involves multiple sub-values, or when the next state depends on the previous one. Now let's just create our example. So this is my app.js, and what I want to do is to first, as we have already so let me just remove this, it was from the previous video, and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to just call it, for example, UseReducer.js. And if you see, they have a good example of counter example. So you can see we have a state dispatch, so it is the new state, and it's the dispatch method, and we have reducer function and also the initial state. So you can see that they have increment and also decrement of value example. Now let's just create that example in here. Okay, now first I need to create a functional component, RFC, and as we have already imported other hooks, we can just use UseReducer in here. And now, as I've already said, we can just use UseReducer. Now it takes two arguments. Now the first one is the reducer function, and we can just add reducer in here, and the second one is the initial state, so we can just say initial state. Now we need to create these two, so the reducer function and also the initial state. So let me just create it at the top, so we can just say const initial state, and it is an object, so count 0, so the initial value is 0. Also we need to create our UseReducer, so reducer our reducer function, so reducer, and now it takes two arguments. So the first one is the state and the second one is action. Now if you see ReactJS documentation, and if we see in here, so accepts a reducer of type state and also action, and it returns a new state. So in here it takes state and also action, and it returns a new state based on our action type, what action type that we want to use. So now in here we can just use switch statement, and we can just use action dot type. So if the action dot type, we want to just do our actions based on the type. So in the case if it is increment, so if it is increment, what we want to do is to increment the value of this count that we have in here. So we can just say count state.count plus 1. And in the case of decrement, so what we want to do is to return count state.count minus 1. So you can see that we have our reducer function. It takes two arguments like state and also action, and it returns a new state based on the action that we have. So after this, now in the UseReducer, if you see ReactJS documentation, it's telling that it returns the current state and with the dispatch method. So what we want to do is to just say const, so it is the new state, and also with the dispatch method like this. Okay, so now we can just first, let me just say h2, and we can use count, so state.count. Now if you see in here, so let me just we need to add this in the app.js, so I have forgot to add it. So we can just say UseReducer, make sure that you have imported in here, so it's imported automatically. And now you can see that we have count 0. It's because in here we have our count to 0. So now we can create our buttons. So the first one is button class name, and it is btn primary. We can just say button, it is increment, and let's create our second button. So button class name, so this should be btn primary, and we can just use decrement. And now if you see, we have two buttons. Right now there is no functionality for this. Now we need to dispatch our actions in here. So we want to just use on click, and it is an arrow function, and we can dispatch, so not dispatch event, so dispatch, and it's an object, and the type is increment. And we can just do the same for the on click, and dispatch, so the type is decrement, the type of action is decrement, and here the type of action is increment, and in here the type of action is decrement, and based on the action we want to dispatch our method. So now if you see in here, if I click on the increment, you can see it's incrementing, and if I click on the decrement, it's decrementing. Okay guys, now I want to show you that how you can fetch data using UseEffect and also UseReducer. So as I've already said that UseState and also UseReducer are used for state management, and we have already used UseState for fetching data using UseEffect, and now we can use UseReducer. So Now, so first what I want to do is to create my first I need to import first I need to create a new file, and I'm going to just call it fetch data.js. File already exists. Let me just say data fetching. So data fetching .js, and now I'm going to just create a functional component in here, and what I need to do is to add this component in here. So let me just add data fetching and make sure that you have imported data fetching. So the first thing is that we need to import UseReducer and also UseEffect. After this, we need to create our UseReducer in here. So we can just say const, it will return the new state with the dispatch. And we can use UseReducer. And in here you need to first give it takes 2 arguments, so we can just add our reducer function like this, and also the initial state. So we have reducer function and also the initial state. Now let's define this. So for the initial state, it is an object and we want to create a loading, so by default it is true. And also we have for example article, and it is an empty object, and we have error, so it's an empty string. So after this, now we need to create our reducer function. So const reducer. Now it takes 2 arguments. So now the first one is the the action and also the state and also action. So now we can return new state based on an action. So we can just use switch, and we can say action dot type. So there will be 2 actions. So the first one is a success if we load the data, and the second one is the error. So we can just say in the case success, what we want to do is, so we want to return, okay, now we want to return the loading to false, and the article should be action.payload, so payload, and also the error should be an empty string. Now in the case of error, so in this case we want to just return an object, so loading is false and article is empty object, and the error is, we can just add an error, so error in data fetching. Alright, now we're going to use UseEffect and for fetching the data, so we can just say UseEffect, and we need to give an arrow function, and also in here empty dependency array. And in here we can use Axios, so let me just import that. So import Axios from Axios, and we can just say Axios.get, and in here you need to add the URL. So we are going to use this. So if you're using the posts, you need to just use iterate through the map. And if you're using one item, so for example one article or one post, you can just use it like this. So let me just copy this and bring this in here, and after that it returns a promise, so we can just say .then and response. Now in the response we want to dispatch our so the first one, the type is, so the type is we can, if we see in here, so the type is success, so we can just say success, and the payload is response.data. So now if there was an error, so .catch, so we can just dispatch, so it's an object, the type is error. So this is the error action that we want to dispatch from here. So now let's just render this in our div container. So in here I'm going to just say if for example the data is loading, what I want to do is to just say loading, and in the else case I can just render my for example I want to just get the body, so I can just say state.article.body. Also we need to just give a state in here, and also we need to do for our error, so state.error, we can just say state.error, in the else case we just return null. So let's check that there is no problem, expected default as default case. So if I check, you can see now it's loading, and this is our data. So loading, and this is the data. So now if I okay, now if I add a wrong URL, for example, let me just remove this is from the post. Now, so you can see that error in data fetching, and we are receiving error in the data fetching. So if I add it again, and you can see that I am receiving the data in here. Alright guys, now let's build our to-do application using functional components and also React hooks. So before this, in the first part, we have created our to-do application using class components, and we have used the state in the classes. Now we want to create the same to-do application using hooks and also functional components. So now I've created a new React application. So now let me just bring some change to this React. First, what I want to do is to just remove this header class name, because I don't need this. And for right now, let me just write hello. And if you see now, I have hello. Also, I need to bring some change to the first. I want to open my app.css. And if you see in here, we have class name is app, and we need to bring some code to the .app CSS code. Now, first I want to change the background color, and also I give a min height. And let me just copy this and bring it in here. Also, I need to change the color of the text to the white. So now you can see we have our changed color window in here. Now what we want to do is to first create in here, so you can see I'm using function app. I need to create some predefined data for my to-do application, so I'm going to just say const initial state. So whatever you can just give it, you can name it. And in here I need to just add some items, so I can just say action drinking drinking coffee, and also I can just add then to false. I can just copy this because I want to add some more to-do items in here. So the action is, for example, eating dinner, and also I can just add it another one, for example, reading book, and I can just make it true. So in this list you can see I have 2 false and 1 true. It means that my 2 to-do items are not done, and 1 item is done. So after this, now I need to create, first I need to create a const username and also set username. So I'm using React Hooks, so as I've already described, and in here we can just use state hook. So I can just add use state. So sorry, we need to just say import use state from React. Okay, so now in here we can just say use state and the initial data. For example, I can just add a name in here as we have done it in the class component. Now we need to create another one, so this should be const, and this is for the to-dos, and I can just say set to-dos, use state, and we can add our initial state in here. So now we have our 2 state. We have username, set username. Even we don't need this set username because we are not going to use the setter function of this use state hook. So you can leave it in here, but you can remove it. There's no problem. We need to just use the username. So we have const username and set username, and also we have const to dos and set to dos. So after doing this, now we want to just first, as we have done in the class component, first we want to just create a div class container. So I've already installed Bootstrap, so you can just use npm install Bootstrap and it will be installed. So after installation, I'm going to open my index.js and I want to add my Bootstrap in here. So I can just say import Bootstrap and dist css bootstrap .main.css. Okay, now in the app.js, after class name app, I'm going to create another class name, and this should be bg success. So let me just close this div class, and let me just remove this hello from here. Okay, so now after this I can just say username to-do list. So this is the username that we have created in here. Now if I refresh my page, you will see that I have the username in here. So okay, now you can see Parviz to-do list. Now let me change this to so we don't need this set username in here because we are not going to use from this, and let me change this to h3 tag, or even you can make it h4 tag, but h3 is I think okay, because now you can see it's a little bit bigger, and this username is the username that we have in our state. Okay, now we want to show the length of the items that are not done. So in here what I want to say, I can just say to dos. I want to filter, so I can just use filter. Oh, sorry, I need to just use one. Okay, so to dos dot filter, and in here I can just say to do and not to do dot done, and I want to just print the length of these the items. So dot length, and let me just make this like this. So, and in here I can just say items in to do, or we can just say items to do, whatever you can just call it, you can just do it. So now if you see in here, you can see that in here it's showing me 2 items to do. It means that 2 items are not done. If you see in here, we have done to false, done to false, and if I make this to false, you will see that 3 items are not done. So you can see, and we have 3 items in our to-do list, and this is the code that we have used in here. We have filtered the data, and after that we have showed the not to do dot done dot length. So now let me just make this to true. It means that it is done. Okay, now after doing this, now let's just create a button and also an input form, because right now if you see, we have some to-dos item in here, but we want to add some more to-do items in this section. So for this, what I want to do is to, after h3 in here, I can create another class. So I can just say div class name, and it is container, and I can just close the div class. Okay, in here I can create an input class name, and this should be form control, like this. So now let's check that we have. Now you can see that we have an input form here, and right now you can see we can write. So what I want to do is to just add some br tag in here, and now it should be good. Okay, so right now you can see that we have just a simple input class name. Now we want to add some functionality of ReactJS. For this, we want to add a value. Now let's create another use state hooks. So I can just say const new item, and we can just say set new item. Like this, and we are going to just use even though you don't need to add this set new item, but let me just for right now add. I will remove that because like username we don't need the for right now we don't need, but let me just leave it like this. So we can just say use state, and this should be an empty text string. Now we can add a value in here. So the value is the new item, so we can just say new item. So now if I see in here, I cannot write to this input field, so you can see that I cannot write. Now for this I need to add an on change listener, so we can just say on change or we need, so I have said that we don't need to this set new item, but we need to this because we want to just connect this with the on change listener. So we can just say on change and e, and we can just use our set new item. So this is the set new item that we have in here. So set new item, and we need to capture the value, so we can just e.target.value. So now if you see, we can write in our input field in here. So after this, now we need to create a button, and let me just add a br tag in here, and after that we can just create our button. So we can just say button class name, and it is btn, and it should be success. We can just close the button. It is add to do. So now we have an add to do button in here. For adding the to do item, we need to add an on click in here. So we can just say on click, and this should be add new to do. Now we need to create this add new to do. So in here we can just say const add new to do. So what we want to do is, in the first we want to check our items that are not in our to-dos list. So right now, if you see in here, we have some items. First, we want to check that if the item is in the to-do list, we don't want to add it again. If the item is not in the to-do list, we want to add that. So we can just say if not to-dos dot find. So we can just use find in here, and we can say to-do dot action to the new item. We can just say const new to do, and we can just use separate operator dot to dos, and after that we can just use our action. So the action is the new item, and also the done. By default it should be false. So by default I want that the item should be not done. So by this reason we need to just make it to false, and after that we can just use set to dos, and we can add our new to do in here. So like this. Okay, so now let's check this. Right now we have a new to do. Okay, so there's no problem. Now we have two items in here that are not done. So let me just add another item, add item. So you can see the 3 item, and let me add new one. So this is the 4th one. Now for example, if I want to add this again, I cannot add this. So you can see I cannot add this. And for example, if I choose one of this, for example drinking coffee, I have already this in my to-do items, and if I want to add this, you can see that I cannot add this. And if I change this to, for example, drinking coffees, and if I add, you can see that now I can add this in here. Now we want to create a table, and we want to show our to-do items in the list. So for this, what I want to do is to I need to come down, and so in here I have a div class, and in here in this section, first I want to just add to be our tag, and after that I can just create a table class name, and we can just use table success, and it should be table bordered like this. I can just close the table in here. Now in here we need to create a head and head, and I can just so I should close this, and let me just okay, now in here what we want to do is to create a tr, and after that we can create our td. So tr, so td I can give description, so description, and after that another td, and this should be for the completed, or we can say done. So let me just say, for example, completed. You can just name it whatever you want, you can just name it. So now you can see we have description and also completed. Right now we haven't created our to-do rows. So now let's create a function or method in here for listing our to-do items, and after that we can add that method in our table body, or we can say t body. So now at the top in here I can create another const and to-do rows, so first what I want to do is to just say todos.map, and even I don't need this in here like this. Okay, so todos todos.map, and I can just say todo. So first I need to just, because I'm using map and we need to add a key, so the key should be todo.action, and let me just close the tr tag like this, and we have td, and in the td what we want to just say todo.action. okay, so now we need to come down and where we have our table, so this is th head, and in the t body we can call our this function or method, so we can just say todo rows, todo rows. Okay, now you can see that we have these items in here. So if I refresh this, I have just these 3 predefined items. Now I need to create checkbox in here because I need to show the checkboxes in this section, in the completed section. So for this, in my to-do, so in here in the to-do rows, I need to create another td, and this td is basically for the checkbox. So we can just say input type checkbox, and for right now, if you see, so we have checkbox in here, but now you can see that if you see my this list, so drinking coffee, eating dinner, reading book, now these two are not checked, but this should be checked. Right now we don't have this, reading book is not checked, and we have true in here. It should be checked by default. So for this, what we want to do is to first add a checked value for the for this input type. So we can just say checked, and the checked should be todo.done. Now you can see that it is checked by default, but right now I cannot check or uncheck this because we need to add an on change for this. So now I can just say on change, and this is an arrow function, and I need to create a new method of toggle to do. So toggle to do, and I can pass the to do in here. So now I need to create this toggle to do, and let me just, so to do rows, and in here I can just create, so I need to create this at the top in this section. So I can just say const toggle to do, and we need to pass to do. Now we can use our set to dos, and we want to set our to dos, and we can first, we need to map over the to dos, so we can just say to dos dot map, and after that I can just say item, and item dot action, to do dot action. And now in here I can just say, first I need to just use separate operator to copy my all items, and after that I can just make then to not item dot done, and in the else case I can just return the item, so item. So to do is not defined, so I have made a spelling, so it should be to do. Item is not defined. Oh, we need to just wrap this in here because it should take over the items. Okay, now you can see that we have our items in here. Now I can check or uncheck this, so you can see that it's checking or unchecking. and in here you can see that now it's 3, and if I check this you can see it's 2 items and 1 item and 0 item. Add new, and I can add, and I can just make it like this, and I can refresh the page. You can see that these are my data in here. Okay guys, now let's list our completed to-do items. So for example, I'm going to create another table in here to show my completed items in the to-do list. So right now if you see our all code is in the app.js. Now you can separate this, you can divide this into separate components, as we have done this in the class component when we have created our to-do application. So you can do it. For example, you can if you see in here we have a header, you can just create a new component for the header, a component for the showing, for example, the to-do list items, as you know that we have done this in the building to-do application and the class component. So now in here I am not going to refactor this code, and I want to, it should be like this, but you can make it according to your choice. Now I'm going to create a new component for showing the completed task. Now before that, if you see in here the description and the completed, it should be like a header. So I think we need to just change the td to th. So th and th, so th, and we can change this to th. Now it should be like header. Now you can see that it's like header. Now we want to create a folder, and we can just say components, and in the components we need to create a new component that should be completed tasks, or whatever, you can just name it, so .js. So now in here the first thing that I want to create, it is a functional component I want to create, so using RFCE, and after that this should be div class name, and this is form check, and after that we can create an input class name. So let me just say input class name, and this is form check input, and the type is checkbox. Alright, now we have our checkbox in here. Now we need to prepare some data from the app.js to the this completed task.js. Now you know, when you want to send some data or some value from the parent component like app.js to the child component, you can use props for this. Now for example, in here I want to send some data. So for example, I want to receive the checked data from the app.js, and I can just use props.isChecked. So you can see that we are using props in here like this. Okay, is checked. And another data that we want to receive, that is a callback, and it should be e, and we can just say props dot callback, and we need to pass e dot target dot checked like this. Okay, and after that we are going to create a label in here. So label class name, and the class name is form check label like this, and let me just close the label tag, and in here we can just say show props.description. So we will send a description from our app.js to the from the app.js to the label props.description. So now after this, now we need to first bring some changes to our to-do rows. because as you know, it's responsible for showing off our to-do rows. Now what we want to do is to first filter our data in here, and for this I want to just add a done value for this, and after that we can just say to-dos.filter item, and we can just say item.done. We want to filter the items that are done, so done value, and also we can map our data. So let me remove this. So .filter .map. Now after doing this, now we need to come down, and so let me just now in here I need to create another class name in here. So now the first thing I'm going to so right now you can see that we are using to-do rows in here, and if you see we have bring some changes in this section, and you can see that we have added a done value in this section. Now if I see so right now before this we are receiving an error that to-do is not defined in the app.js, and let me check. I think we have it is to-dos, not to-do. Okay, now you can see that we are not receiving the data in here. You can see that it's empty because right now we have a done value in here. We need to make it false in here, so let me just in here we need to just make it false and to show the data in here. So you can see it's showing me the two data that are not done. If you see, we have data that's done, and you can see that one is done and two is not done, and in here it's showing the data or the items that are not done. So now if I click on this, you can see that the first one is gone, and if I click on this, another one is gone. Now I want to show the done items or the completed items in another table in here. Now let's just come down in here. So as I have said, we need to create a div class name, and we can just say bg success. Now in here we need to call or add our this completed task component. So we can just say completed tasks, and now if I save this, you can see that I'm receiving an error that props is not defined, and if you see, the error comes from the completed tasks.js, and it is the new component that we have created. If you remember the to-do application that we have built in the class component, on that time you can just so even we have added this in here. It's we don't need to add this in here because it's a class component. I have mistakenly added in here. So now if you are in a class component, you can directly just use this to access to the props, but if you're using functional component, you need to add another parameter in the completed task in here as a props like this. So now if you see, okay, now you can see that we have our data in here, and you can see that this is the show in here. Right now you can see we are receiving error because the props.callback is not a function, and we haven't specified that yet. And this is the show comes from this section. So first we want to send some description from the app.js in here, so that we have props.description. Now we can just use description, and I can just say, for example, completed tasks. So now if you see, we have show completed tasks in here, and this is the data that we have fed it to the completed task.js. After that we have another value, so you can see we have checked, and it's checked. We need to add this in here, so we can just say is checked. What we need to do is to create a new state, so let me just create that in here. So const show completed, set show completed, use state, and by default it should be true. So I want that by default I should see my so let me just make this in here because I'm receiving the error from this section. So show completed because by default I want to show the completed task in here. If I uncheck this, I want to remove the completed tasks in here. So after that, so now it's done, and now we can add our callback in here. So right now we cannot check this, so now you can see that it's not checkable because we need to use the callback that we have added in here. So let me just show you. So this callback, now we can just say callback, and this should be checked. It's in a row function, and we can use set show completed, and we can add the checked in here. So now we can check or uncheck this, and we are not receiving an error. So after this we need to create a table. So in here what I want to do is to first check if it is show completed. We need to just create a table class name, and it should be table success, and it should be table bordered. We are going to just close the table, and we can just bring our t-hit from here, and we can add it in this section. So this is description completed. Now you can see that we have description and completed in here. Even though you can just add a br tag. So in the wrong place we are adding this. Or even we don't need to add this. Right now it's looking good. So now in the t body we need to call our this to do rows, this const to do rows, and if you see we in here it is false, and in another table we need to make it to true. So we can just say true. So now you can see that we have our one completed task in here. It's because in our data we have one reading the book, it's true. Now if I check another one, you can see that we have second data, and if I check another one you can see these are completed. Now let me just add another item, and you can see now it's checked, and if I uncheck this you can see that we are receiving back this in here. So now you can see, and if I click on this you can see that we can show completed task and we can hide the completed task.